Fourth is Magian Thunder. On the run, fifth is Hamac Caesar. And trailing the field, that
first qualifier lines up CL Kingsley Case, SS Superfly, and Windermere Danny. Here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing, leaving right out of there is Windermere Danny, SS Superfly second, and CL Kingsley Case is the Trillers. They move around the turn. The leader, Windermere Danny and Jason Hughes. Second is SS Superfly and the Triller, CL Kingsley Case. They're up the backstretch to go, led by Windermere Danny. Second, SS Superfly and the Triller, CL Kingsley Case. They pass by the opening quarter, led by Windermere Danny in 30 seconds flat. Second is SS Superfly in the Triller, CL Kingsley Case. They move around the turn. The leader, Windermere Danny. Second is SS Superfly in the Triller. Still is CL Kingsley Case. They move down the lane for the first time, led by Windermere Danny and Jason Hughes. Second is SS Superfly in the Triller, CL Kingsley Case. Halfway home, led by Windermere Danny. Second is SS Superfly in the Triller, CL Kingsley Case. 1 minute flat was the half. Still led by Windermere Danny. Second is SS Superfly and the Triller, CL Kingsley Case. Now they move up the backstretch to the second and final time, led by Windermere Danny. Second is SS Superfly and the Triller is still CL Kingsley Case. Go by the three-quarter pole, led by still Windermere Danny. Second is SS Superfly and the Triller, CL Kingsley Case. 1:30 and 3 was three quarters. The leader still is Windermere Danny. Second is SS Superfly and the Triller, CL Kingsley Case. Down the stretch they come for the first and only qualifier, and the winner will belong to Windermere Danny. In line to Jason Hughes. They go all the way. Second, that is SS Superfly. Third, CL Kingsley Case. Time of the mile, 1:59 and 3. Here are the official results. CL Kingsley Case, third. SS Superfly, second. Windermere Alley, scratch. Windermere Danny, the winner, 31 minute, 1:30 and 3. And time of the mile, 1:59 and 3.
Post time.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, along with track announcer Vance Cameron. We're going to bring you all the action this afternoon. We have a 12-dash card for you this afternoon to kick off Gold Cup week, and we have Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old fillies on tap. We also have the Colonel Dan Trot, and with the Atlantic Sire Stakes, we have 2A divisions coming up in races 9 and 11. The first division has a Spoonful of Sugar, Vicky Every Day from post 2, Elm Grove Penny from post 3, Emmy Lou Hayes from post 4, Woodmere Stella from post 5, and Woodmere Leah leaving from post number 6. And then in race 11, we have Somebody's Me, Southfield Sky from post 2, Maggie's Delight from post 3, Tobin's Brownie from post 4, Woodmere Vanish from post 5, and post 6 is Mystifying, who is 7 for 8 in her sophomore campaign. What a terrific season she is having. We'll have more on her in just a few minutes. Also, the weather is a topic of conversation here on the island. We're under a heat warning, and with that heat warning, the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission, along with AGCO, they're taking special precautions here this afternoon, along with local veterinarians, with the warm temperatures. And as part of that, the horses will remain in their cooling areas this afternoon and will parade with a limited time on the clock and take one score and go to the gate. And so that's how we're going to do it here this afternoon. But officials will be keeping an eye on the heat here this afternoon. But for now, let's send it up to track announcer Vance Cameron for all today's program and equipment changes.
Thank you, Kurt, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park. For today's racing program, this is event number 25 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 29 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission today. The senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. In the first race, scratch number 6, Cougar Gal, and scratch numbers 9 and 10, they will not go. Race 1, scratch 6, Cougar Gal, and scratch numbers 9 and 10. Next change, go to race number 4. In the fourth race, scratch number 4, Big Bad Bruiser, and scratch numbers 9 and 10. Fourth race, scratches of 4, 9, and 10. Number 8, here comes Emmett, adding a mini bit. Turning over to race number 5. The 2-entry Cadana has a chart line not showing. It was on the 12th of August, Charlottetown Fast Track, scoring from post 8, finished 5th, was race timed in 2:02 and 1. The driver was Miles Heffernan. Turning over to race number 6. In the 6th race, number 4, Offshore Cowboy, the driver today, Gilles Barrio. Race 6, horse 4, Offshore Cowboy, Gilles Barrio will drive. Turning over to race number 7, a division of the Sire Stakes. Number 1, A Lady by Chance, going from blinkers to blind bridle. Number 6, KCK Girlies, going from open to blind bridle. Number 3, Where Angels Fly, has a chart line. The 12th of August, Charlottetown Fast Track, scoring from post 7 and finished 7th, was race timed in 2:01 and 2, driven by Corey McPherson. That's going to wrap up the changes on today's 12-race presentation. Those Par Mutual windows are open and selling. 24 minutes for the first race post time, and it's set for 1 o'clock. Let's return to the HPI Broadcast Center, and here is Kurt Hughes.
Thank you very much, Vance. Yes, let's review our betting promotions. The single winner jackpot high 5 is now on race 8 with a low 15% takeout, 20-cent pick 4, and all superfectas also have a 20-cent minimum. And on-track players can tag your ticket with the wild horses for a chance to win a $25 jackpot on each race. And the pick 5 ballot is located inside the front cover of today's program. And a friendly reminder, when buying your ticket, to make sure you check your ticket before leaving the selling location. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the playing of our national anthem.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HPI broadcast desk. We have an excellent 12-dash card for you this afternoon. We have Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old fillies going to battle this afternoon. We have 2 divisions of the A division, purse 15,460, and we also have 3 B divisions as well, and we have the Colonel Dan Trop. But race 11 is the second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly A division. And we're going to focus on the 6 here, Mystifying, having a terrific sophomore campaign for Daryl and Gordon McLean and Steve Downey of New Brunswick. 7 wins out of 8 starts, almost 20,000 in the bank so far this season. And last week she was a good winner in Inverness in the A stake, 57-1. But the start prior to that here in Charlottetown in an overnight, taking on the older mares in preferred 3 action. We're going to take a look at the replay here and now, and we're going to see Gilles Barrio doing the driving here from post number 2. They're going to go to the front, and they're going to never look back as they stop the clock in a dazzling 154-2 with a closing quarter 28 flats. Let's take a look at that replay right now.
They're halfway home in the 5th, led by Mystifying. The Boss is a Girl, first up now to take over second. In the pocket, third, top of her trade, 57-3 was the half. Racing fourth, Miss Cabana. On the cones, the trailer, Miss Sangria, but she's not out of it. 2.5 lengths separate the field. They're on the back stretch for the final time. 3/4 coming next, Mystifying the leader. The Boss is a Girl second. Third up the rail, top of her trade, Miss Cabana. Fourth on the outside, and Miss Sangria trails 3/4 up in 1:26-2. Down to an 8 to go. Mystifying will bring them home. The Boss is a Girl second. Miss Sangria on the outside is taking over third. Deep in the stretch, coming to the wire. It's Mystifying to double up Barrio. Second, the Boss is a Girl. Miss Sangria will finish third. Check it out. 154-2. Wow.
Wow is right. That was an incredible performance from a 3-year-old filly to step up and race the age mares like she did on that night, and she just dominated. This filly is locked in and ready to go this year, and she's reeled off 6 in a row and just looked so good in that second last start there. 54-2 over this track, so I can't wait to see her go here in race 11 this afternoon. As I say, there's 2 divisions of A stakes. We also have 3 divisions of the B Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old fillies, and the Colonel Dan Trot comes up in race 8. And now I'll be back after the post parade for race number 1 to pick up my selections. We're about 12 minutes away.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the heat warnings in effect this afternoon here at the driving park, our post parades are going to parade at about 3 minutes. They're going to take one score and go to the starting gate. So when you're wagering today, please wager early and avoid that disappointment of being shut out. Introducing the first race pacers and their drivers on the post parade. Number 1, Who's That? Is owned by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner drives. 2 is Pineapple Express. Willie McKay of Port Alban is the owner, trainer, and the driver. Number 3, Just Chillin' It, owned by Sandy Myers of Charlottetown. Wade Myers trains and drives. A Tough Little Guy, number 4, Hilliard Graves of Charlottetown, owns and drives. Kenny Arsenault trains. 5, Hooker Boots, owned by Philip DeRoche of Coleman. Philip trains and drives. Number 6 is Scratch. 7 is Oh To Be Me. Gary Chappell of Charlottetown is the owner and the driver. Stacy Lund is the trainer. Number 8 is Private Dancer, owned by Paul and Zach Conway of Bonshaw. Paul Conway does the training. The drive goes to Corey McPherson. Numbers 9 and 10 are both scratched. Final call for wagering on the afternoon's opener. Red Shores, the Atlantic Province Harness Racing Commission, and industry officials have taken extra precautions as outlined by the AGCO and local veterinarians with today's warm temperatures. As part of that, horses will remain in their cooling areas and will parade with limited time on the clock, take one score, and go directly to the starting gate.
Okay, as Vance mentioned, just one score, and they're going in behind the gate here this afternoon due to the heat. Trainers and grooms are keeping the horses cool in the paddock, and a lot of cooling areas set up down in the paddock and barn area, and big industrial fans. And after racing in Ontario for a few years and dealing with the heat, trainers and grooms, they do a good job taking care of the horses, and I'm sure they're doing that this afternoon. Nice cool baths in between warm-ups and staying hydrated, both themselves and the horses here this afternoon. So just one score, and we're going behind the gate here this afternoon. There's my top choice on the screen. Just Chillin' It, owned by Sandy Myers of Charlottetown. Wade Myers is the trainer and driver. Pretty decent efforts in the last 2 starts there. Finished 6th, race time to 58 and 3 at the 401 level, and then 7th prior to that, 59 and 4. Not a lot of money to show for it in those last 2 starts, but decent lines. And now down at this bottom level from post 3 here today, this 6-year-old by Pet Rocks definitely got a shot. 3-1. And there is the current favorite on the board, the veteran of the field, now 11 years old by Fit for Life. That is Oh To Be Me, owned and driven by Gary Chappell. Stacy Lund is the trainer. Again, not a lot of money to show for it on the lines here, but decent miles. 59-3 last time out, 29-2, and then fifth prior to that, 57-2 at the 651 level. Closed it out on that day, 28-2. So a mile like that here this afternoon, Gary and O2B will be finding themselves in the winner's circle. He's going to be tough to beat now with 37 lifetime wins. He's even money. And there is the pole sitter, Who's That, owned by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Melissa Rennie has now taken over the training duties. A good mile last time out. 2 minutes flat, 30 flat on the end of it. Adam Murner back in the bike this week. And that was from post 7. So we'll see how they do from post 1 here today. 4-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion for the Saturday afternoon opener. And let's send it over to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Who's That? Pineapple Express, just chilling it. A tough little guy. Hooker Boots, oh, to be me. Private Dancer. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Roughin' pacing, just chilling it. Who's That? Between them is Pineapple Express, third to the turn to get away fourth, a tough little guy. Fifth is Hooker Boots, then it's Oh to Be Me, and the trailer, that is Private Dancer. On the way to the opening quarter, Who's That? In line to Adam Murner, the leader. Racing from second is Pineapple Express, just chilling it. Moved into Plan B to drop in to be third. Racing fourth is a tough little guy. Then in fifth, it's Hooker Boots. Oh, to be me in sixth, and trailing seventh, that is Private Dancer. So they're on past the opening quarter, and it's up in a sharp 28-2. Who's That? Freewheeling on the lead by 3. Second is Pineapple Express coming out of the turn in third, just chilling it. A tough little guy fourth. Then in fifth, that's Hooker Boots. The post-time favorite, Oh to Be Me. He's got a lot of work to do. He's sixth. And then the trailer, that is Private Dancer. Halfway home, Who's That? On the lead now by 4. 57-2 was the half mile. Second is Pineapple Express. Then in third, that's just chilling it. A tough little guy fourth. Hooker Boots going wide fifth. Oh to Be Me sixth. And the trailer, that is Private Dancer. They're on the back stretch for the final time, and it's all Who's That? Over the 3/4 by a half a dozen open lengths. Racing second is Pineapple Express, just chilling at third. That's a tough little guy fourth. Hooker Boots fifth. Oh to Be Me sixth. Private Dancer seventh. 3/4 up in 1:26-3. Who's That? Came to play on this Saturday at Charlottetown. He's all alone here. Second is Pineapple Express on the outside, just chilling at third. Who's That? Absolutely destroys his rivals in line to Adam Murner. Pineapple Express was second, just chilling it, finishes third. Take a look at this mile to open it up. 1:55-3.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here, and we're going to see Who's That leaving from post 1 for Adam Murner. First start in the Melissa Rennie stable here, and it was a winning effort and a real eye-catching performance here. This is a 3-year-old by Well Said out of the Jenna's Beach Boy mare. Driven to Sin, who is a brother to Driven to Win. We've seen what he did here in the Gold Cup and Saucer from the rail. Well, his nephew here this afternoon from the rail did the exact same thing and looked good here this afternoon. 28-2, 57-2 to the half, 126-3 to the 3/4. Closing quarter, 29 flat on the end of it. 155-3. What an incredible effort here this afternoon by Who's That and Murner. The 2 Pineapple Express at the 2-hole, they do get the deuce, and Just Chillin' It, who went to Plan B, sat 3, they do get the show dough in here. So we have a 1, 2, 3 triactor here in race 1 at Red Shores.
Who's That arriving at the first race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 3 by Well Said off the Jenna's Beach Boy Dam, Driven to Sin. Oh, but Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, now trained by Melissa Rennie and driven to victory by Adam Murner. On top at every call this afternoon, pacing to a new race win record of 155-3. Who's That in the first? Now the official results from race 1. Who's That was the winner. Pineapple Express second. Just Chillin' It was third. A Tough Little Guy fourth. Hooker Boots was seventh. Cougar Gal was scratched. Oh to Be Me fifth. Private Dancer sixth. 9 and 10 were scratched. The fractions were 28-2. 57-2. 126-3. And the mile 155-3. In review, 1, 2, 3. 4, 7 scratched, 5, 6 scratched, scratched. Who's That paid $570. The exactor $61.90, triactor $126.30, and the superfecta was $35.10.
Okay, we're about 6 minutes away from race number 2 this afternoon. Mystery Vouchers promotion continues. If you buy a ticket on track, you could win a voucher for racing, dining, or gaming. Plus, you qualify to win a $1,000 grand prize to be drawn on Gold Cup and Saucer night. And there's a look at our selections for the upcoming second race. I'm on board the one in here, JJ Xavier, owned by David Lund. I like the way this guy performed 2 weeks ago there. Third place finish in 58 for Brody McPhee. Looked good on that day in the PEI Cold Stake in Summerside. So I'm back on board that guy. And Despicto Lou, a 3-year-old Sweet Lou gelding, driven by David Dowling here this afternoon. Second last time out, 59-2. I like them for second from post number 5. And then I'm going to go with the 7, Monster Magnet. It's a 3-year-old Race and Hill gelding. Third last time out there in that qualifier in Churro, 2 minutes flat. Moves in to the Mark Campbell stable. So I like 1-5-7 Peter McPhee with post time picks, going with a 5-1-7, and Gerard Smith with the program selections going 5-7-1. Right now, the current favorite on the board is 3 Tobin's Burke. Gilberto, the trainer and driver, off that 4th place finish, now 6-5 on the board. And as Vance Cameron mentioned earlier, we are going with a short post braid here this afternoon. They're going to come out at around 3 minutes to post, so make sure you wager early. We don't want you getting shut out at the wickets here this afternoon.
Second race on the track for the post parade. Number 1 is J.J. Xavier, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained by Earl Smith. Mark Bradley drives. 2 is Prince Hal, owned by the Next Generation Stable Stratford, trained by Earl Smith. Brody McPhee up. Tobin's Burke, number 3, owned by Janet Bevan of Charlottetown. Jacqueline Fahey from Riverview, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrio, the trainer-driver. 4, Tough as Nails, owned by Brooke Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Corey McPherson drives. 5, Despicto Lou, owned by Amy Lockey of Montague, trained by Mike Dowling. David Dowling drives. 'Maho Beach, number 6, owned by Jennifer and Robert Parsons of Pleasant Valley. Robert does the training. Kenny Murphy. Number 7 is Monster Magnet, owned by Chucky Symes of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Number 8 is Glenview Quintana, owned by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Adam does the training. Redmond Doucette in the sulky. Final call at the windows on the 2nd. Race Day Live continues tonight with the Guardian Gold Cup and Saucer Trials 1 and 2. Post time set for 7 p.m. For our new customers, you can check out Harness Racing 101 on the tarmac near the main entrance. The next edition is Monday night.
Okay, running out of time to get a ticket here on race number 2. There's my top selection in this second race. This is the 1 JJ Xavier. David Lund from Moncton is the owner. Mark Bradley will do the driving here this afternoon for trainer Earl Smith. Last time out, got away from post 7 in Sydney in that Atlantic Sire Stake A division. Never really get into the mile that day. Ended up finishing 7th by 29.203. So we're going to throw that line right out because the 2 previous to that were real good miles. Third, 2 back there in 58, and prior to that, race timed at 58 and 1 in Churros. So some decent lines there, especially that second last start in Summerside where they left out really well there, got into the 2-hole and finished third to Soul Assassin and Silver Spirit. So Bradley quite capable from the rail here this afternoon. I think this guy's got a real shot to get the job done. He's 8-5. And now we're getting a look at the 5 Despacito Lou, owned by Amy Lackey of Montague. 3-year-old gelding by Sweet Lou. David Dowling will do the driving for brother Mike Dowling. Second last time out in a maiden there, 59 and 2, 29 and 3 on the end of it. And then third prior to that, 203 and 3, 29 flat on the end of it. So decent miles here since arriving to the island. 2 third place finishes in second in his latest. So he's got a shot here today again, and he is now 3-2 on the board. And now we're getting a look at my third choice, and that is the 7 Monster Magnet. Chucky Symes of Spring Hill is the owner. Mark Campbell now the trainer and driver. A good effort in that qualifier there. 2 minutes flat, 30 and 1 on the end of it for Pooker McCollum, coming in from the Meadows prior to that. And so hopefully making the trip to the island here this afternoon into the Campbell stable. Tough post here, post 7, but Campbell quite capable. 3-1 on the morning line, now 4-1 on the board. I like this 3-year-old Racing Hill gelding for third on my ticket. The maidens for race number 2 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back over to Vance Cameron for the call.
JJ Xavier, Prince Hal, Tobensburg, Tough as Nails, Despecto Lou, Maho Beach, Monster Magnet, Glenview, Quintana, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing along the rail, JJ Xavier, the first one out. Second is Prince Hal. Third, as they race around the turn, is Tobensburg. From the outside, fourth, Despecto Lou. Way wide on the turn is Glenview Quintana, fifth. Racing from 6 is Tough as Nails. Then it's Maho Beach, and on the outside, the trailer, Monster Magnet. Up the backstretch they go. JJ Xavier for Mark Bradley, the leader. Moving into second, that is Glenview Quintana. Third up the rail is Prince Hal. Racing from fourth is Tobensburg. Now in fifth, Despecto Lou. From sixth, along the inside is Tough as Nails. Racing from seventh is Monster Magnet. And now the trailer, Maho Beach, 29 and a 1. Opened it up off stride in the backfield. That's Monster Magnet. Down the stretch for time 1. They're strung out at Tad at the midway point, led by J.J. Xavier. Second is Glenview Quintana, the long shot, and I mean the longest of shots in the 2-hole. Racing third is Prince Hal. Fourth, edging out is Tobensburg, the Spectre Lou 5th. Then in 6th, Tough as Nails, Mahobit 7th, and the trailer, Monster Magnet. Oh, they're sitting up. 57 and 3 for half a mile. 28 and 2 in the second quarter. J.J. Xavier by 2. Glenview Quintana second. Prince Hal third. Fourth on the outside is Tobensburg. Now in 5th, Despecto Lou. Well back into 6th is Tough as Nails. Mahobit 7th, and the trailer, Monster Magnet. The 3/4 tripped in 1. 27 and 1. Going to the 7/8, J.J. Xavier out in front. Clear by 3. Open. Second is Glenview Quintana. Racing from third, Prince Hal. Deep stretch now. J.J. Xavier will take Mark Bradley all the way. Moving into second is Specto Lou. Glenview Quintana held on third. The mile 1, 57 and 2.
Well, as I expected, J.J. Xavier and Mark Bradley using the rail to their advantage here as we get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo. They go right to the front, 29 and 1, down to the half, 57 and 3, 127 and 1 to the 3/4, and they close it out 30 and 1 as Bradley is motionless in the bike, sitting chilly down the lane here. Time of the mile, 1:57 and 2. This is a real good effort from this 2-year-old by Tobago Cays here this afternoon, owned by David Lund and trained by Earl Smith. He was ready to go here today as he picks up a new pacing record here. Terrific effort here on the front end, and Despacito Lou rallies strong here to get the deuce, but it's J.J. Xavier to win race 2 here at Red Shores.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a judge's inquiry now underway in the second race. Judge's inquiry, they're examining the conduct of the race at the quarter pole. Going to the winner's circle from the second race, number 1 is J.J. Xavier. Bay Pacing gelding 2 by Tobago Cays from the Ameripan Gigolo Dam, J.J. Mistress, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained by Earl Smith. Mark Bradley had him on top at every call, pacing to a maiden record of 1:57 and 2. J.J. Xavier in the second. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a placing in the second race. Dealing with the judge's inquiry, number 8, Glenview Quintana, finished third, will be placed fifth for interference on number 2, Prince Hal, at approximately the quarter pole. Now the official results from the second race. J.J. Xavier, the winner. Prince Hal finished fifth, was placed fourth. Tobin's Burke finished fourth, was placed third. Tough as Nails sixth. Despicto Lou was second. Maho Beach seventh. Monster Magnet was eighth. Glenview Quintana finished third, place fifth for interference on 2, Prince Hal. Fractions of 29 and 1, 57 and 3. 127 and 1. And the mile was 157 and 2. From the top, after the placings, it's 143, 62785. J.J. Xavier returning 480. The exactor 1030, triactor 4680, superfecta 1309, and the early daily double paid 1160.
Okay, we're about 8 minutes away from race number 3, and it's a real shame that my co-host Rocky Skirman and I can't enter this contest, but Harness Racing Karaoke Star is back. Red Shores is pleased to announce the return of Harness Racing Karaoke Star on Thursday, August 19th, trackside. It's open to owners, trainers, drivers, and grooms, and you must sign up at Redshores.ca because space is limited. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. and competition begins at 11 p.m. with cash prizes. So go to redshores.ca for more information. Okay, we're about 6 minutes away here from race number 3. There's a look at our selections on the screen right now. I'm going with a 3-2-6. I like Santa Monica in this first Atlantic Sire Stake 3-year-old B division. She's been racing good so far this season. 2 wins, a second and a third from 5 starts, a mark of 59 and 2. Paul Lanigan will do the driving for trainer and owner Bill Lanigan of Montague. She's been good, so we're going her on top. We also like the 2 Slightly Twisted and Kenny Murphy off that win last week in 201 and 3 with a 28-4 final panel. We like him for second, and for third, I'm going with the 6 Elm Grove Penelope. A real decent season. If you look down at the lines there, a winner last week in Inverness and a B Stake 201, and then prior to that, down at the Nova Scotia Stake. A good fourth and 58-4, closing it out 28-4 on that day in Inverness. So good form coming into this one. 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror. Redmond Doucette will do the driving, and so we like her for third. There's a 3-2-6 for me. Peter McPhee going with a 3-7-4, and Gerard Smith with a 3-7-5. We're about 5 minutes away here from race number 3. The horses will be coming out around 3 minutes due to the heat here this afternoon, as they remain in the cooling areas and will take one score. So don't get shut out. Wager now.
First division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old filly pacers on parade for the third. Salzburg Jewel number 1, owned by Terry Morrison, Marion Bridge, Irwin Cleaner of New Waterford, Nova Scotia, Mark Campbell training and driving. 2 Slightly Twisted, owned by Frank Banks of Summerside and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills. Frank Banks does the training, Kenny Murphy up. Bill Lanigan of Montague is the owner and the trainer. Paul Lanigan does the driving. Number 3, Santa Monica. 4, Magical Lily Bear, owned by Barry and Reuben Martin of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Ronnie Gass, driven by Corey McPherson. 5 is Silly Amos, owned by David Kent of Hunter River. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Number 6 is Elm Grove Penelope, owned by Stephen Lewis of Point Edward. Henry Posriata of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Stephen Lewis. Redmond Doucette drives. 7, Rock On Harriet, owned by David McDonald, Neil McKinnon, and Darlene Compton, trained by Jeff Holmes. David Dowling's in the sulky. 2 minutes wagering time on the third race. The Birthplace of Confederation Series presented by the City of Charlottetown will be held tonight in memory of Diane and Shelley Gass. Post time set for 7 o'clock.
Okay, just a minute to go here before race number 3. There's a look at my top choice in this third race. This Atlantic Sire Stake 3-year-old filly B division. I like Santa Monica to get the job done here, owned by Bill Lanigan. He's the trainer, and Paul Lanigan will do the driving. This filly's got a ton of speed. She's a 3-year-old filly by Steelhead Hanover. If you look down her lines, there are 3 back. She circled the field there, winning in 59-3 from post 7. Another good start from post 7 the very next week, finishing second in 57-1 to KCK Girlies, and then followed that up last week with another good third place finish, 59. And you look 3 back, that was a win in the B division, so she's getting another crack at the Bs here this afternoon. Great starting spot. Post 3, 9-5 for Santa Monica. Going for a bit of a long shot here for second on my ticket. I'm going with the 2, Slightly Twisted, based on post position alone. 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge. Tara Kenny Murphy will do the driving for trainer Frank Banks. He's also the co-owner along with Jason Williams. Good win last time out in an overnight. Now winners of 2, win by 5 lengths on that day. 201-3. 28-4, closing it out. Raced in a B division in Summerside on July 11th. Finished third to Santa Monica and Woodmere. Cha-Cha and a good race time, 59-4. And then followed that up the very next week, which was 3 starts back from post 7, where she rallied to finish third, and 58-3 was her race time on that day. So got some speed, this filly does, and a good starting spot. 11-1, love those odds. Then there's a look at the 6, Elm Grove Penelope, owned by Stephen Lewis and Henry Ponsuita of Sydney, Nova Scotia. This is a 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Tara. Stephen Lewis is the trainer, and Red Doucette doing the drive. And as I say, and a good winner there in 201 last time out in the B division in Inverness. Making the track over to Charlottetown here this afternoon. Post 6, she's got a good shot in here. And she's also a great price at 6-1. Current favorite on the board right now as we're running out of time to get a ticket here on race number 3 is the 7, Rock On Harriet. They're going to have their work cut out for them from post 7, but good lines. Second last time out, 58-4 to Fern Hill Fancy. And again, the week prior to that, again, second to Fern Hill Fancy, 59 flat, 29-3, closing it out for Jeff Holmes and owners Dave McDonald, Neil McKinnon, and Darlene Compton. She's a talented filly by Roll With It Harry and has the services of Dowling here today. Now 3-5 on the board. Three-year-old fillies lining up here behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the first of 3 B divisions. Let's send it over to Vance Cameron for the call.
Salisbrook Jewel, Slightly Twisted, Santa Monica, Magical Lily Bear, Silly Amos, Elm Grove Penelope, Rock On Harriet, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Slightly Twisted, Silly Amos coming from the outside. That's Elm Grove Penelope, Santa Monica between them. They're 4 wide as they go round the turn. And going up for the lead is Silly Amos. Slightly Twisted now second, Santa Monica third. Elm Grove Penelope looking to drop in fourth. Racing fifth in between horses, Magical Lily Bear out there 3 wide and 6. That is Rock On Harriet. Now the trailer, Salisbrook Jewel. Over to the opening quarter, Silly Amos for Kenny Arsenault, but they're coming now from the outside. That is Santa Monica up to challenge the leader. Slightly Twisted now in third, racing from fourth, Elm Grove Penelope. Rock On Harriet is fifth. Then 6 is Magical Lily Bear, trailing 7th, Salisbrook Jewel. 28-2 was the quarter. They're approaching the opening half mile. Silly Amos along the rail, Santa Monica up to take over. Moving into third is Elm Grove Penelope. Slightly Twisted on the rail, fourth. Rock On Harriet has fifth. Magical Lily Bear, 6th. Salisbrook Jewel, 7th. 56-4 consecutive 28-2 panels. To the backstretch they go, led by Santa Monica. Elm Grove Penelope now the challenger. Slightly Twisted takes over third on the outside. Silly Amos fourth. Magical Lily Bear has fifth. Rock On Harriet trailing at the rail. Salisbrook Jewel, they're past the 3/4. Elm Grove Penelope on the outside. Back on at the rail is Santa Monica. 3/4 in 1 1:26 until 1/8 of a mile left to go. Santa Monica the leader. Elm Grove Penelope the challenger. Magical Lily Bear on the far outside. They're in deep stretch now. Elm Grove Penelope slightly twisted coming on. Slightly twisted, may have just got it all. We're going to need a win picture. The mile in 1:57-1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo in here. We're going to see a little battle between the 5 Silly Amos and my top choice, the 3 Santa Monica. They battled early, 28-2 to the quarter, 56-4 to the half, and Lanigan did clear to the lead heading into that 5/8 turn, but that took a big sting out of her here, and she just couldn't keep up to the pace, 1:26-2. She gives it up down the lane with the 2 Slightly Twisted and Murphy angled out second over behind the 6 Elm Grove Penelope, and they were battling down the lane with Murphy on the inside, Doucette on the outside. It's tight on the line between Elm Grove Penelope and Slightly Twisted. We're going to wait to see the results of the photo here as we're getting a look at that great Universal Media slow-mo. And here they are on the line, and yes, they do have the 2 posted. Wow, that is a tight photo on the line, but Slightly Twisted. I did like this filly here today, and she delivers at long odds and a mild upset here in the first division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes B division. Great odds there, 14-1 on the 2 Slightly Twisted. Elm Grove Penelope 6-1, and Magical Lily Bear in there for third at long odds, 16-1. Nice mild 57-1. We'll see them in the winner's circle in just a moment.
Here she is, Slightly Twisted in the third race winner's circle, bay-facing filly. She is 3 by Stonebridge Terror off the Jenna's Beach Boy Dam French Toast. Owned by Frank Banks of Summerside and Jason Williams of McNeil Mills. Jason Williams is the breeder. Frank Banks does the training. Kenny Murphy does the driving. The mare does the winning in the Atlantic Sire Stakes, pacing to a new race win record of 1:57-1. Slightly Twisted upsets the third.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the third. Salzburg Jewel 5th. Slightly Twisted, the race winner. Santa Monica 4th. Magical Lily Bear 3rd. Silly Amos was 7th. Elm Grove Penelope was 2nd. Rock on Harriet 6th. The fractions of 28-2. 56-4. 126-2. And the mile 157-1. In review, 5-1-4. 3-7. 2-6. Slightly Twisted paid $31.60 to win. The exactor 122.70. Triactor $1,418. Superfactor $480.95.
Okay, just 3 to go here before race number 4. Top trainer standings at Red Shores, Charlottetown, presented by Clarence Farm Services and Equi Purina Canada. For all your equine feeds and needs, please visit Clarence Farm Services or your local Purina dealer, proudly serving Atlantic Canada for over 50 years. And see their full lineup of equine feeds today at clarencefarmservices.ca. In the top 5 trainers, Mark Campbell leads the way with 23 wins. Ronnie Gass tied for first with 23 wins. 22 wins for Ronnie Matheson in third. Gilles Barrio in fourth with 20 wins. And Jennifer Doyle rounds out the top 5 with 13 wins.
Fourth race on Post Parade, Lou's Magic Band number 1, owned by Wayne McRae of Fall River, Nova Scotia. Jules Barrio, training and driving. 2, Jazzmatazz, owned by Leeds Leslie and Spencer Waite, trained by Leslie Waite, Corey McPherson. 3, Phantom Shadow, owned by Peter Bro and Ann McCauley of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained by Tom Weatherby. Mark Bradley drives. 4 is Scratch, number 5, Gordy's Last Fall, owned by Charlene Seifert, Jim McKinney, and Dale Spence. Dave Kelly trains and drives. Number 6, CL Gangsta Boy, owned by Judy Ferguson of Somerville and Brian Foley of Charlottetown. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Number 7 is Salisbrook Rocky, owned by the Next Generation Stable and George Yonker, trained by Earl Smith, Brody McPhee. Number 8, Here Comes Emmett, owned by Paul Hagen of Hunter River, trained by Melvin Gamester, David Dowling. 9 and 10 are Scratch. Final call to wager on the 4th. Please be advised, Red Shores continues to follow the direction of the CPHO with health protocols. Customers are to remain in their pods. You can leave your pods for food and beverage or wagering service, but you must return to that pod. Let's follow the rules for a great Gold Cup week.
Okay, just a minute to go here before race 4, and it is time for the pick 4, and there's a look at our tickets. Peter McPhee going with a 1-7-3-4, and here are my selections. I like the 7 here in race number 4. I like Salisbrook Rocky. This guy's got a lot of talent. For some reason, he just seems to live at this winners of 1, not more than 2 races life. He cannot get more than 2 wins. But if you look at his lines, 56-1 record last season, and he's just, even this year, having decent lines, 57-1 last time out, 58-1 prior to that, but just knocking on the door and yet to break through, and I think he could here today. So I like him in the first leg of the pick 4. Then I like the 7 again in race number 5. It's another division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly B division. I'm going with Fern Hill Fancy in there with Gilles Barrio coming off 2 in a row, looking to make it 3 in a row. So I like her in race number 5 in the third leg. I'm going with Winsun Rebel, dropping in class here this afternoon to the 401s. Has been racing up at that 851 level, racing decent. I'm going with Read 'em and Weep for the Hot Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Racing good in the last 3 starts, a winner, 3 back, and then followed that up with 2 third-place finishes. Racing well of late, and that's another division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes B division. So I'm going with the 4 in there in the final leg. Okay, now on to the track we go here for my top 3 choices. In this 4th race, there's a look at the 7 Salisbrook Rocky, owned by the Brody. Okay, race 4 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it over to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Lou's Magic Man, Jazz Mataz, Phantom Shadow, Gordy's Last Fall, Seagull Gangsta Boy, Salisbrook Rocky, Here Comes Emmett, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing, CL Gangsta Boy and Gordy's last pole leaving. Up the inside, Lou's Magic Man guarding the rail as they move round the turn. Racing from fourth is Jazzmatazz, then in fifth, that's Phantom Shadow. Up on the outside, sixth. Here comes Emmett and the trailer. Salzbrook Rocky up the backstretch, the leader now, CL Gangsta Boy. In line to Mike McGuigan. Gordy's last pole on the outside, second, Lou's Magic Man. Up the inside, third. Racing from fourth, that is off stride. Lou's Magic Man has jumped it off in here. Up an opening quarter, they went 28 and 2. Up front, the leader, CL Gangsta Boy. Racing from second is Gordy's last pole. Out of the turn in third is Jazzmatazz on the outside fourth. Here comes Emmett. Now in fifth, that's Phantom Bow. Racing sixth is Salzbrook Rocky, and trailing the field, that is Lou's Magic Man. Halfway home, led by CL Gangsta Boy. Here comes Emmett now up to challenge. 58 and 1 was the half. Third around the turn is Gordy's last pole. Racing fourth on the outside, Salzbrook Rocky. Hemmed in at the rail, fifth is Jazzmatazz. Then in sixth, that is Phantom Shadow. And the trailer, Lou's Magic Man. They're on the backstretch for the final time. Still led by CL Gangsta Boy. From the outside second, that's Here Comes Emmett towards the rail. Gordy's last pole now, reclaiming second. Up into third at the inside is Jazzmatazz. 3/4 and 1. 28 and 1 as they go to the 7/8 now, and up front on the lead, CL Gangsta Boy trying to take them all the way from the outside, driving up second, Jazzmatazz on the inside, Gordy's last pole, deep in the stretch, Jazzmatazz for Corey McPherson. CL Gangsta Boy was second, third will go to Gordy's last pole in 1:57 and 3.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race number 4. And we see CL Gangsta Boy. McGuigan used hard, but they did get to the front there going to the quarter. 28 and 2, half 58 and 1. 3/4, 128 and 2. Jazzmatazz raced well here for Corey McPherson. They explode there out of the hole, and they get up in deep stretch to drive off for the win here, closing it out 29 and change for a mile of 1:57 and 3. That's a new race win record for this 2-year-old by Sunshine Beach. He looked good here today in race number 4, and we'll see him in the Red Shores winner circle in just a moment.
Jazzmatazz going into the fourth race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 2 by Sunshine Beach from the Western Terror Dam. Jimmy the Terror, owned by Leith, Leslie, and Spencer Wade, trained by Leslie Wade. Corey McPherson, the winning driver. New record for the Colt of 1:57 and 3. Jazzmatazz in the fourth. Now, the official results from the fourth race: Lose Magic Man 6, Jazz Mataz, the race winner. Phantom Shadow fourth, Big Bad Bruiser was scratched. Gordy's Last Foal third. CL Gangsta Boy was second. Salzbrook Rocky finished fifth. Here Comes Emmett was seventh. 9 and 10 were scratched. They went 28 and 2, 58 and 1, 128 and 1, and the mile 157 and 3. In review: 614, scratch 32, 57 scratch. Jazz Mataz paid 740. The exactor 5310. The triactor 689.70. There is a superfecta carryover.
Okay, we're about 5 minutes away from race number 5. HPI and Red Shores are teaming up for a special Gold Cup Week promotion. Players nationwide who wager a minimum of $20 up to a maximum of $100 on Red Shores harness racing will receive 3% cash back, and you must opt in to be a part of this promotion. And complete details are at hbibet.com.
Second division of the Sire Stakes, fifth race parade. Woodmere Cha-Cha, number 1, owned by Fonzie McCachran. Stephen Downey and Maura Kerr, trained by Claire McDonald. Claire drives. Number 2, Kate Anna, owned by Bill Kenny and Ella Stead of Hunter River. Vaughn Doyle trains and drives. 3, Piping Hot, owned by Matt McKay, Ryan Williams, Kenneth Ramsey, and Mike James, trained by Kyle Williams, Mark Campbell driving. 4, Fear the Lady, owned by Debbie Denny of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, Rick McNutt of Argyle Shore, trained by Tom Weatherby, Adam Murner. 5, Little Miss Ava, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Number 6, Fernhill Flame, owned by Kevin Harvey of Hammond Plains and Rudge Racing of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 7 is Fernhill Fancy, owned by Harold and Ariane Duguay from Favos, Quebec. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Final call for wagering on the 5th. Free Wi-Fi available at Red Shores. You can place your bets on PEI harness racing through HPIBet.com.
What makes PEI such an amazing destination?
There's so much to see and do!
It's super laid back.
We have impeccable taste.
We're surrounded by characters.
Some real salt of the earth types.
Always ready to show you a good time.
So, come hang out.
Check in.
Or swing by.
Whatever you jam.
Get out here and activate our island.
Paid for by the government of Prince Edward Island.
Okay, time is running out to get a ticket here on race number 5, the second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old filly B division. There's my top choice on the screen right now, the 7, Fernhill Fancy, 3-year-old filly by Western Paradise, owned by Harold Duguay and Arlene Duguay of Quebec. Gilles Barrio, the trainer and driver, reeled off 2 in a row in the last outing. Was a real nice effort here in an overnight from post 1, sat the 2-hole, and we're a winner by a quarter length in 58-4 with a 29 flat final panel, and prior to that, a winner in 59 with a 29-2 final panel. Post 7 here today, though. Post is going to be tough, but I think Barrio and Fernhill Fancy can overcome it based off those last 2 lines. Even money right now on the 7. And from the outside of the gate to the inside of the gate we go, and there is the 1, Woodmere Cha-Cha. Fonzie McCachran and Steve Downey, along with Maura Kerr, are the owners. 3-year-old filly by Roll With It Harry, trained and driven by Claire McDonald. Reeled off 2 in a row herself there, her 3rd start back and 2nd start back. Good efforts as well in Truro in an overnight there in that second last start. 59-1, and then made the track to Inverness in her latest outing there at Atlantic Sire Stake A division, post 7 though. A tough spot for her on that day. She ended up finishing 6th. Still closed it out 29 flat, so much better post position here this afternoon, and she's going to be tough to beat, especially from post 1 with the talented Claire McDonald driving here. 5-2 on the 1, Woodmere Cha-Cha. And now we're getting a look at the 4, Fear the Lady here, owned by Debbie Denny. Rick McNutt of Argyle Shore, Tom Weatherby the trainer. Adam Murner will do the driving. 4th last time out, 59-4 in an overnight event, and a real good 4th in the Stanfield 3 back, leaving from post 6 on that day. Race time 56-4, a real good effort for Adam Murner. He was doing the driving on that day as well. So post 4 here today, a much easier class than the Stanfield. She is 5-2. A real competitive group here assembled for the second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly B division, with the 7 Fern Hill Fancy, the current chalk choice right now, leaving from post number 7 as they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back over to Vance Cameron for the call.
Woodmere Cha-Cha, Kate Anna, Piping Hot, Fear the Lady, Little Miss Ava, Fernhill Flame, Fernhill Fancy. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough end facing Little Miss Ava leaving out. Off stride is the 6, Fernhill Flame. Into the turn, Woodmere Cha-Cha along the rail. Racing second, Little Miss Ava. Between them is Fear the Lady. Fernhill Fancy now is 4th. Up 5th at the rail is Kate Anna. Racing from 6, Fernhill Flame. Trailing the field, Piping Hot. On the backstretch, led by Woodmere Cha-Cha for Claire McDonald. 2nd is Fear the Lady. Little Miss Ava now racing from 3rd. 4th is Fernhill Fancy. Kate Anna has 5th. Fernhill Flame in 6th. Trailing 7th, Piping Hot, 29. And a 1/5 the opening quarter. Around the turn they go. Arriving up to 3/8. Woodmere Cha-Cha for Claire McDonald, the fraction setter. Fear the Lady with the 2-hole ride. Little Miss Ava racing from 3rd. Facing 4th is Fernhill Fancy. All kinds of confusion at the back. Then it's Fernhill Flame 5th, Kate Anna 6th, and Piping Hot 7th. Halfway home in the Sire Stakes, led by Woodmere Cha-Cha. The opening half mile in 58 and 2. Fear the Lady is 2nd, Little Miss Ava 3rd. That's Fernhill Fancy racing 4th. 5th is Fernhill Flame. Then in 6th is Kate Anna, trailing 7th. Piping Hot, they're on the back stretch for the second and final time. 3/4 coming next, and Woodmere Cha-Cha will get them there. Fear the Lady continues 2nd, Little Miss Ava 3rd. Fernhill Fancy with some work to do and running out of time to do it. 3/4 up in 1, 28 and 1. Approaching the 7/8, Woodmere Cha-Cha, homeward bound. Fear the Lady. Fernhill Fancy is coming up the inside. Little Miss Ava 4th. Down the stretch they come. Woodmere Cha-Cha. Fernhill Fancy on the inside. Fernhill Fancy and Perio in the Sire Stakes. Woodmere Cha-Cha was 2nd. Fear the Lady 3rd. The mile in 1:57.3.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here, and this trip couldn't have worked out any better for the 7 Fernhill Fancy and Barrio. They got away 4th here early on as Woodmere Cha-Cha went to the front from the rail with Claire McDonald, 29 and 1, 58 and 2, 128 and 1 to the 3/4 as Fear the Lady and Myrner were sitting in the 2-hole. They angled out from that 2-hole ride, and so did Little Miss Ava and Heffernan, who were sitting 3. They both angled out around the last turn, which let Fernhill Fancy just keep scooting up the pylons down the pass lane here in deep stretch, and she gets up for the win, 157 and 3. Trip worked out perfectly from post 7 here this afternoon. They get it done. That is her 3rd win in a row, and she gets it done here in a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes B division. We'll see the Maritime Magic Man Barrio and Fernhill Fancy back in the Red Shores winner's circle in just a moment.
Fernhill Fancy arriving at the 5th race winner's circle by pacing filly 3 for Western Paradise from the Willow Bird Dam, Helen O'Grace. Owned by Harold and Ariane Duguay from Pabos, Quebec. The filly bred by Brian McLeod of Truro, Nova Scotia. Jill Berrio does the training and driving, and the filly pacing to a new race win record of 157 and 3. Fernhill Fancy in the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Clarence Farm Services and Equa Purina Canada. For all your equine feeds and needs, please visit Clarence Farm Services or your local Purina dealer. Proudly serving Atlantic Canada for over 50 years. See their full lineup of equine feeds today at clarencefarmservices.ca.
Now the official results in race 5. Woodmere Cha-Cha was second. K-Denna finished 6th, was placed 7th for interference on a break. Piping Hot finished 7th, was placed 6th. Fear the Lady 3rd. Little Miss Ava 4th. Fernhill Flame 5th. Fernhill Fancy the race winner. 29-1, 58-2. 128-1, and the mile 157-3. From the top after the placings, 2-7-6, 3-4, 5-1. Fernhill Fancy 470. Exactor 820. Tractor 1730. Superfecta 945.
Okay, we're about 6 minutes away here from race number 6, the Atlantic Dream Stable competition presented by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association is in play now, and the $2,000 grand prize is sponsored by Phillips Agri Services, Suregain Feeds, and Brooks Performance Feeds, and 100% of the $20 entry fee goes directly to the IWK Children's Hospital. So for updates, go to atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com. Okay, we're about 5 away here from race number 6. The horses are remaining in the cooling areas. They got the fans on them. The trainers and grooms are keeping them cool with some cool baths as they wait to come out here for the parade of the 5th race. They'll be out around 3 minutes to post for the parade. They'll take one score and go to the gate. So wager early so you don't get shut out. There's a look at our top selections here in the upcoming 6th race. I like 3, 8, 7. I'm going with Winsun Rebel with the drop in Class Hero for 2nd with Jason Hughes, and I like the 7 Shipton Georgie for 3rd. If you're just joining us, terrific program so far this afternoon. In the 3rd race, it was Atlantic Sire Stake B division, slightly twisted it up for Kenny Murphy at long odds to win, and then in the 5th race, Burn Hill Fancy delivers as the chalk choice. So we have 2 divisions under our belt so far this afternoon. A lot of action still yet to come on this 12-dash card, including 2 divisions of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, A divisions, a purse of over $15,000, and the Colonel Dan Trot coming up in race number 8.
On the 6th race post-parade, number 1 arrived late, owned by Taylor Doyle of Kensington and Robin Ludgenesh from Summerside. Taylor does the training. The drive goes to Brody McPhee. 2 Sharks plays, owned by James and Jennifer Barlow, Nakia Bridges Barlow. James is the trainer. Chris Davies drives. 3 is Winsun Rebel, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Von Doyle does the training. Mark Bradley drives. 4 Offshore Cowboy, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, Lyndon Hardy of Coleman, trained by Kyle Williams. Note the driver change to Gilles Barrio. Gilles Barrio driving 4 Offshore Cowboy. 5 He's Marvelous, owned by Jackie Heffernan and Barry McLeod. Miles Heffernan Jr. the trainer, Miles Sr. the driver. 6 is Sanchez Blue Chip, owned and trained by Dina Claw of New Haven, Kenny Murphy. 7 Shifton Georgie, owned by Jacob Sweet, Brody Ellis, Susan Thompson, and Allison Sweet, trained by Jacob Sweet, Mark Campbell drives. 8 is Class Hero, owned by Tammy Johnson of 10 Mile House, trained by Greg Weatherby. Jason Hughes in the sulky. Final call to wager on the 6th race. Race Day Live continues from the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park. HPI nationwide on Red Shores Racing starts Monday.
Okay, running out of time to get a ticket here on today's 6th race. You had a look at the parade, and here's a look at my top choice. The 3 Wind Sun Rebel, a 10-year-old gelding by Mach 3. He's dropping in class here this afternoon. He has been racing at that 851 level for driver Mark Bradley. Darla J. and Shelley Wilkie are the owners, and Von Doyle, the trainer. Good 5th last time out, 58-3, and against some nice horses like IC, True Grit, Twin B Shadow, and Zero Rate. So dropping down to the 401s here today. Bradley gets along well with this guy. I think they could get the job done in here, and he is 2-1. And don't forget to get in on the pick 5 here. That ballot is located inside the front cover of today's program. You're running out of time to get in on that action as well as we pick up the 8 here, Class Hero. We're getting our first look at the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. He's been hot of late. 10 wins over the last 2 cards, 5 on each card, and he's back in action with a good mount here with the 8, Class Hero. 3rd last time out, 57-4 for Hughes. 28-3 closed it out. Greg Weatherby, the trainer, and Tammy Johnson of 10 Mile House is the owner. It's a nice colt by Ameripan Gigolo, and a good 4th, 2 back there from post number 7. So post 8, he's going to have to do it the hard way again this week. But the Blue Knight, as I mentioned, he's hot. Could get it done. 6-1, good price. And there's a look at the 7, Shiftin' Georgie, in for a price again, 4,000 claim and tag. Mark Campbell will do the driving for trainer Jacob Sweet. He is also the co-owner, along with Brody Ellis and Suzanne Thompson and Allison Sweet. This guy's 14 years old, so this is his final year of racing. He has 29 lifetime wins, and he has a mark of 57-3 taken earlier on in the year in Summerside. If you look there, 3 back, right on the front end at that optional 4 claiming tag. That is his record this season. He closed it out in 28-3 on that day, and then was bumped up to the 651s where he finished 5th, and then back in for the 4,000 claiming tag where he was a good 2nd, 59-1. Jacob's been doing the driving. Campbell gets the call here today. I like the driver change angle on this guy, but he's got a post 7 to deal with. We'll see how they do here. 7-2. There's a good look at my top choice, Wind Sun Rebel, as he's right on the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And the field begins to join him up in behind that gate. And let's send it back over to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Arrived late, Sharks Play, Wind Sun Rebel. Offshore Cowboy, he's marvelous. Sanchez Blue Chip, Shiftin' Georgie, Class Hero, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough end facing, he's marvelous and arrived late of the first 2 away. 3rd to the turn is Sharks Play, coming up on the outside 4th. That Shiftin' Georgie. Wind Sun Rebel is 5th. Moving up 6 is Class Hero. Then Offshore Cowboy and the trailer, Sanchez Blue Chip. Arrived late is the leader for Brody McPhee. Maybe short-lived. He's marvelous and Heffernan driving up on the outside to take over the lead. He's marvelous has cleared at the quarter. Arrive Late is second. Now in third, Shifting Georgie. On the outside, Class Hero's going to be out all the way fourth. Racing 50, Sharks Play. Wins on a Rebel 6. With Offshore Cowboy 7th. And the trailer, Sanchez Blue Chip, 28 and 4 was the quarter. The leader en route to the opening half mile is He's Marvelous and Miles Heffernan Sr. Second is Arrive Late. Class Hero lays on the outside third. Shifting Georgie fourth. Winson Rebel is taken over fifth. Sharks Play is sixth. Moving up seventh is Sanchez Blue Chip. And now the trailer, Offshore Cowboy, 58 and 1 was the opening half mile. They're midway round the paddock turn, going to the 5-8. He's Marvelous, the leader. Arrive Late is second. Class Hero on the outside third. Shifting Georgie's on the cones fourth. Then in fifth, it's Sharks Play. From the outside sixth is Winson Rebel. Seventh is Offshore Cowboy. Trailing the field, Sanchez Blue Chip. They're past the three quarters. He's Marvelous, the leader there in 1:27 and 3. Arrive Late is second. Shifting Georgie up the inside is third. And they're coming on home now. He's Marvelous, looking to see it through. Arrive Late is second. Shifting Georgie coming on the far outside third. Deep stretch now. He's Marvelous. Arrive Late. Shifting Georgie got it all for Campbell. Second is He's Marvelous. Arrive Late. Third, 1:57 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here. Heffernan and He's Marvelous, as they did last week. They cut it all out. He went all the way last week in Inverness, and he almost went all the way here this afternoon. Good fractions, 28 and 4, half 58 and 1, 127 and 3. Shifting Georgie sat 3 throughout the early portion of the mile. Campbell angles out around the last turn, and the Campbell drive angle here this afternoon pays off if you back this guy 4-1 on the board as he gets up in the final strides to nail it here on the line. The 14-year-old gets it done here on Saturday afternoon during Gold Cup week. Nice mile, 157 and 1, and that's a new season's best for this guy, and that is his 30th lifetime win. So we'll see Shifting Georgie and Campbell in the Red Shores winner's circle in just a moment.
Shifting Georgie arriving at the sixth race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding. He's 14 by Ram Barron off the Cam Luck Dam Palladium Shift. Owned by Jacob Sweet, Brody Ellis, Susan Thompson, and Allison Sweet. Trained by Jacob Sweet. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat to guide the horse to his 30th lifetime victory. Time of the mile in 1:57 and 1. Shifting Georgie. Prices up the sixth. Now the official results in race 6 arrived late third. Sharks Play fourth. Windsun Rebel seventh. Offshore Cowboy was fifth. He's Marvelous finished second. Sanchez Blue Chip was eighth. Shiftin' Georgie, the race winner. Class Hero finished sixth. 28 and 4, 58 and 1, 127 and 3, and the mile 157 and 1. In review, 347, 528, 16. Shiftin' Georgie paid $10.90. The Exactor $25.20. Triactor $97.30. Superfecta $110.78.
Okay, just 4 to go here before race number 7. It is the third and final Atlantic Sire Stake 3-year-old filly B division coming to the track soon. But I want to tell you about Redshores. They are pleased to partner up with Retro Media, Canada's harness racing book publisher, in a special promotion featuring the new book on Wally Hennessy. Go to retromedia.ca to purchase the Wally Hennessy story right now, and make sure you use the promo code RedShores1. And just to note that the 1 in Red Shores 1 is the number 1, so Red Shores number 1, and purchase Wally Driven to Win at retromedia.ca.
Third division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the 7th race parade, A Lady by Chance, number 1. Owned by Ernie Laffin of McPhee's Corner, Nova Scotia. Ernie does the training. Darren Crow drives. 2 is Glenview Ronda, owned by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Adam does the training. Brody McPhee drives. 3, Where Angels Fly, owned by the Kick and Horse Stable of York and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Ronnie Gass, Corey McPherson. Read 'em and Weep, number 4, owned by Simon Hughes of Stratford. Jason Hughes trains and drives. 5 is Tiramisu, owned by Fondy McCaffrey of Port Hood and Maura Kerr of Greenfield, Nova Scotia. Claire McDonald, the trainer-driver. Number 6 is KCK Girlies, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge, trained by Mike McGuigan. Mark Campbell's in the sulky. 2 minutes wagering time in the 7th race. The 2021 Atlantic Classic sale sheet is available at the race office or online at peiharnessracing.ca.
All right, just a minute to go here before race number 7 is the third and final Atlantic Sire Stake 3-year-old filly B division. And there's my top choice on the screen right now. Read 'em and Weep, owned by Simon Hughes of Stratford. Jason Hughes, the trainer and driver, and this filly's been putting it together in the last 3 starts. Real good efforts. 3 back, a winner on the front end in Summerside in 58-2. Following that up with a nice hard closing third in 59-1. And then last week, Sat the Tool ended up third in against the Real Princess and Miss Patricia B, 59-2, 29-3, closing it out. Great efforts in the last 3, trending in the right direction. Hughes and Read 'em and Weep right now, 8-5 on the board. And there's a look at the 5, Tiramisu, Claire McDonald, the trainer and driver, and Fonzie McCackern and Maura Kerr are the owners. This is a 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror. 3 for 7 in the top 3 with a win there in Truro in 2 minutes in that second last start in an overnight right on the front end. 29-4 closed it out. Tried an A stake there in Inverness. Ended up finishing 6th, race timed in 59-4. And pretty tough group there with Mystifying, Tobin's Brownie, and Maggie's Delight. They are the top 3-year-old fillies in the Maritimes this season, along with a Spoonful of Sugar. She's also racing well this year, but a real tough class for her last week. So into the B division she goes this week, and she's got a good shot at 7-2 currently on the board. And now we move into the 1 here, A Lady by Chance, owned by Ernie Laffin. 3-year-old filly by Malicious. Ernie is also the trainer, and Darren Crow will do the driving. Third last time out there in an overnight in Truro, 2:02 and change, 31-1 on the end of it. And the start prior to that was a real gutsy effort from post 7, parked the entire mile, ended up 4th place third. Race timed in 2 minutes 4/5, and second prior to that in 2:01. So good efforts here in the last 6 starts. Darren Crow picks up the drive from trainer Ernie Laffin, so I like that angle as well, and post 1's only going to help her. 4-1 on the board. All right, Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly B division. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back over to Vance Cameron for the call.
A Lady by Chance, Glenview Rhonda, Where Angels Fly, Read 'em and Weep, Tiramisu, KCK Girlies, top of the stretch. Atlantic Sire Stakes Division 3. Post time. The rough and pacing Where Angels Fly is leaving. A Lady by Chance along the rail. Read 'em and Weep will be third into the turn. Glenview Rhonda fourth. Tiramisu between horses. 3 high, the trailer. That is KCK Girlies. On around the turn they go into the backstretch. Where Angels Fly by 2 for Corey McPherson. A Lady by Chance got Fancy stepping in the 2-hole. And Darren Crow has got her in the safety lane out of harm's way. On arriving at the quarter, it's all Where Angels Fly in the early going. Second along the inside is Read 'em and Weep, racing from third. On around the turn, that is Glenview Rhonda. Fourth and moving up on the outside is KCK Girlies. Tiramisu fifth, and pulling up in the backfield with broken equipment, that is A Lady by Chance. 28-1, a solid opening quarter, and they're arriving at the half, and Where Angels Fly, all alone the leader. Read 'em and Weep is second, KCK Girlies third. In fourth, Glenview Rhonda fifth. That is Tiramisu. 56-4 was the half mile. Approaching 5-8, Where Angels Fly, and the lead diminishing. Up on the outside, Read 'em and Weep is headed on to the lead. KCK Girlies third, Glenview Rhonda fourth. On the outside, fifth is Tiramisu. Over to 3/4, and at the inside, Where Angels Fly, reclaiming the lead. KCK Girlies is second. Back into third is Read 'em and Weep. Now fourth, Glenview Rhonda. Then fifth, that is Tiramisu. 127-1 was the 3/4, and now they're headed on home. KCK Girlies takes over. Where Angels Fly, Read 'em and Weep on the outside third. KCK Girlies doubles up Campbell in the Shire Stakes. Second is Where Angels Fly. Third is Read 'em and Weep. 157-2. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a judge's inquiry underway in race number 7, examining the break on number 4, Read 'em and Weep, during the stretch drive.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo, and Where Angels Fly and McPherson, they sprinted off the wings. 28-1 they led, and to the half they led as well. 56-4 they led by open legs coming to the half, and then at 5/8, that's when the pocket sitter Read 'em and Weep angled to the outside and looked like she was going to go right on by, but got a little steppy heading to 3/4, and right on her back was the 6 KCK Girlies. She turned heads 3 weeks ago as she won in 56-4 for Brody McPhee. And after a couple of subpar performances, she's back in action here today and looked good and looked just as impressive as she did 3 weeks ago, as she Campbell and KCK Girlies 3 wide around the last turn and cleared up to the front and drive off to win. 157-2 here in another division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old fillies B division. We'll see them in the Red Shores winner circle in just a moment.
KCK Girlies arrives at the 7th race winner's circle. Bay-facing filly 3 by Source of Pride. From the Western Hanover Dam West Wishes, Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge is the owner and also the breeder of the filly. Mike McGuigan does the training. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat for his second win on the day for the double. The mile 157-2. KCK Girlies in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Now the results of the seventh race judges' inquiry. Number 4, Reedham and Wheat made the break in the stretch, interfering with 5, Tiramisu. Reedham and Wheat finished third. Will be placed 4. Tiramisu was fourth, placed third. Now, the official results in race 7, the Lady by Chance did not finish. Glenview Rhonda 5th, Where Angels Fly 2nd. Reedham and Wheat finished 3rd, was placed 4th for interference on a break. Tiramisu finished fourth, was placed third. KCK Gurley's the race winner, 28-1, 56-4, 127-1, and the mile 157-2. In review, after the placings, did not finish 5-2, 4-3-1. KCK Gurley's paid $520, Exactor 37.20, Triactor 127.10, Superfecta 36.48.
It is time for the Jackpot High Five. It's also the Colonel Dan Old Home Week Trot, purse $3,000, and it's a fantastic 7-horse field. We got Osprey, Delta, and Freddie leaving from post 1 and 2, both riding 2-race winning streaks. Daisy River from post 3 with Jason Hughes, Go With Her, and Brody McPhee from post 4. Magian Tango, James Ripley from post 5. Cheeky Little Minx, fresh off that win in Summerside in the Island Ocean Series, and the current track record holder at 56 and 2, taking 3 starts back. They leave from post 6, and Glider Man, a competitive field of 7. He rounds it out here. 16-1 he is currently. And there's a look at our selections. I'm going 3-6-2 in here. Peter McPhee going with 2-6-3. And Gerard Smith with program selections also likes the 3, the 2, and the 6 in here. We're about 6 away here from race 8.
The afternoon's 8th race is the Colonel Dan Trot on Post Parade, number 1 Osprey Delta. Owned by Paul Larrabee of South Panett, trained by Jeff Holmes, Walter Chevry driving. 2 Freddie, owned by 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. 3 Daisy River, Jason Hughes in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Bill Lanigan, Montague. Go With Her, number 4, owned by East Coast Captains of Cornwall, trained by Curry White, Brody McPhee drives. 5 Magian Tango, owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. James Ripley is the trainer-driver. 6 is Cheeky Little Minx, owned by Wayne McCrae of Fall River, Nova Scotia. Halmack Farms Limited of Brookfield. Jules Barrio trains and drives. Number 7, Glider Man, is owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer is the trainer. Adam Murner drives. 2 minutes wagering time on a race. Number 8, Kurt, you and I are going to come up with our selections in the Jackpot High Five. We thank Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of the Vance Cam from the announcer's booth here at the historic Driving Park in Charlottetown. I'm going to the fastest trotter of all time on the East Coast, Kurt. I like number 6, Cheeky Little Minx, to get to the winner's circle today. I like number 3, Daisy River, and she will give the 6 all she's going to need for the Blue Knight, and we all know how hot the Blue Knight has been. I'll use him for the deuce. I like number 5, Magian Tango. Now, I'm playing this one on a hunch, and right now at 51 to 1. So if he makes the board, you know you're going to get a payout. I like 2, Freddie, for the super effective players, and for my Jackpot High 5, going to roll in with number 1, Osprey Delta, and in the hands of Walter Chevry. So from up here in the booth, my Jackpot High 5, 6, 3, 5, 2, 1. Kurt, over to you.
I like the 3 today. I'm going with the hot hands, Jason Hughes. She leaves inside Cheeky Little Minx today, so I think she's going to sprint off to the front, and she can get to the lead and control things. She's tough to beat. She's a talented mare for Bill Lanigan. He's the owner and trainer, so I like her on top. I like Cheeky Little Minx for second for all the reasons you mentioned. I like the 2, Freddie for third. He's reeled off 2 in a row. He seems to be turning back the clock, and he's been good, so I like him for third. Fourth, I'm going with Go With Her and Brody McPhee, the mare in here. She's been good in her last 4 starts, a first, second, and 2 thirds. So I like her for fourth. And then for fifth, I like Magian Tango. So I'm going 3, 6, 2, 4, 5. So there's a look at our Jackpot High 5 tickets here. You got about less than a minute to get in on the action here in this Jackpot High 5 8th race. It is the Colonel Dan Old Home Week Truck. Good luck. You've heard the call to the post. A real talented group here getting ready to go in behind the gate here in race 8. It is the Colonel Dan Old Home Week Trot. It's hard to believe, but Magian Tango 22-1, 18-1 on Glider Man. Two real nice trotters. Just shows you how tough this group is. Osprey Delta 5-1 currently on the board. Freddie 5-2. Even money on Daisy River. Go with her 12-1. And Cheeky Little Minx 3-1 on the board. The best trotters in Atlantic Canada lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate for today's 8th race. It is the Colonel Dan Old Home Week Trot. Over to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Osprey Delta, Freddie, Daisy River, Go With Her, Magian Tango, Cheeky Little Minx, Glider Man. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and trotting. Daisy River, the first one out. Between horses, Freddie along the rail. Osprey Delta guarding the cones, stacking them up 3 wide. Then into the turn 4th is Cheeky Little Minx along the inside 5th. Let's Go With Her. Then away 6 is Magian Tango. The trailer is Glider Man. They're on the back stretch, and Freddie is taking over the lead. In line to Mark Campbell. Second is Osprey Delta. Dropping in 3rd was Daisy River. Go With Her is in mid-pack 4th. Racing 5th is Cheeky Little Minx. Then Magian Tango, and trailing the field, that is Glider Man. 28-4 was the opening quarter, and 1 straight back to 7. They round the turn, arriving at 3/8. That's Freddie, the leader. Racing second, Osprey Delta. Daisy River continues 3rd. There goes Go With Her, tipping out of 4th. Up the inside 5th is Cheeky Little Minx. Then Magian Tango and Glider Man on the outside the trailer. They're halfway home in the Colonel Dan, led by Freddie. Here comes Daisy River up to challenge the leader. 3rd up the rail is Osprey Delta. 4th on the outside. Go With Her. Cheeky Little Minx is 5th with Magian Tango. Glider Man the trailer. 58-3 for an opening half mile. To the backstretch they go. Bridle to bridle. Toe to toe up front. Daisy River on the outside. Freddie along the rail. Then in 3rd is Osprey Delta. 4th on the outside. Go With Her. Cheeky Little Minx along the inside 5th. 3/4 in 1. 28 flat. 1/8 of a mile left to trot in the Colonel Dan. Daisy River and the Blue Knight have cleared late. Freddie now 2nd. Go With Her 3rd. 4th is Osprey Delta. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Daisy River and the Blue Knight capture the Colonel Dan trot. Osprey Delta on the inside looked to be 2nd with Cheeky Little Minx 3rd. 1:56.4.
A lot of new records in the heat here this afternoon as we get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo. We're going to see Daisy River, my top choice, a different trip than I mapped out for this mare here this afternoon because Freddie left off the gate really well for Campbell here. Good gate speed. He gets to the front, makes Daisy River go to plan B. They get away in the 3-hole early, but Hughes and Daisy River, they come first up on Freddie here this afternoon. 58-3 to the half, 128 to the 3/4. They battled, and around the last turn, Daisy River cleared up to the lead and clears down the stretch and drives off for the impressive victory here. 156-4. just 2/5 of a second off the track record here, closing it out 28-4. They were large here this afternoon, so we'll see the Blue Knight and Daisy River back in the Red Shores winner circle in just a moment as they capture the Colonel Dan Trot during Old Home Week.
Well, Bill Lanigan's been doing this trot action thing on PEI for a long, long time, and he'll join in the winner's circle presentation here in the Colonel Dan. Daisy River is the 8th race winner. Trotting Bay Mare 6, Benike's Image. Off the Northern Bailey Dam, Rosie River. A homebred of Bill Lanigan of Montague. Bill does the training. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, will guide her to a new race win record today of 1:56-4. Daisy River in the Colonel Dan Old Home Week trot. Now the official results in the 8th race. Osprey Delta was second. Freddie finished 4th. Daisy River, the race winner. Go With Her, 5th. Magian Tango was 6th. Cheeky Little Minx, 3rd. Glider Man was 7th. 28-4, 58-3. 128 and the mile 150, 6-4. From the top, 241, 5637. Daisy River paid $670. The exactor 53.30, triactor 135.10, superfecta 33.24, and the jackpot high 5 was 93.95.
Okay, just about 6 minutes to go here before race number 9. It's Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly, first A division. We're going to get a look at purse $15,000. Morning choice is a spoonful of sugar. And if you're here with us this afternoon, free Wi-Fi is available here at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting for free at hbibet.com. So whether you are in our restaurants or on our tarmac watching the action live, you can place your bet at the track on your smartphone. Just click on a Red Shores guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. So just another way to enjoy your guest experience here at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi.
And your final
And
call
as we
to
get ready
purchase
for the
a
upcoming 9th race,
50-50
we're
draw
about 4
ticket this
minutes to
afternoon,
post.
right now valued at $750.
I'm going with a 1-4-3 in here, a spoonful of sugar, and Walter Chevrolet. I also like Emmylou Hayes, and I like Elm Grove Penny. And we should also remind our customers on the tarmac, you can now enjoy some delicious pizza. The Domino's Pizza setup is set up right next to the Eastlink Center behind the photo booth, right on the tarmac. And also there's an ATM in the Eastlink Center. And a reminder to customers, they are required to leave their pods after the races are over to be disinfected.
Fourth division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the 9th race post parade. A spoonful of sugar, number 1, over Jennifer Baxter, Matthew Williams, and Cam McPhee. Trained by Joe Baxter, Walter Chevrolet drives. 2, Vicky Everyday, owned and trained by Paul Conway of Bonshaw, Corey McPherson. Elm Grove Penny, number 3, owned by Ian Banks of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Danny Romo. Mark Campbell drives. Emmylou Hayes, number 4, owned by John and Stephen Quinn and George Stevenson, trained by Stephen Quinn, driven by Jason Hughes. 5, Woodmere Stella, owned by the Next Generation Stable Stratford, trained by Earl Smith, Brody McPhee. Number 6 is Woodmere Leah, owned by Kenneth and Susan Lowers of 3 Mile Plains, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Darren Crow. 2 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. A new book promotion on Some Beat Somewhere will be announced tonight with Lee Drake and Peter McPhee on Race Day Live. Kurt is coming up next.
All right, just a minute to go here before race number 9. As I mentioned, this is the first look at A division fillies here. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old fillies. And there's my top choice on the screen, a spoonful of sugar, a winner. 2 back in the Stanfield. A nice effort there. 55-1 over Churro, winning by 4 lengths. Race timed in 29-2. And then last week in Inverness, kind of a tough trip for her. She had to come first up, ended up fourth in 58-2. Jennifer Baxter, Matthew Williams, and Cam McPhee are the owners on this 3-year-old filly. By roll with it, Harry Joe Baxter, the trainer, and Walter Chevry back in the bike this afternoon. Great starting spot as well. A spoonful of sugar is definitely the chalk choice in here, and now currently 1-2 on the board. Now we're getting a look at the 4, Emmy Lou Hayes, my second choice on the screen right now, owned by John and Stephen Quinn. George Stevenson, 3-year-old filly by Ameripan Gigolo. This is another nice filly for the Quinn boys. She's a sister to that great filly that had Watch Me Dance, and she's been trending in the right direction as well for the Blue Knight Jason Hughes. They were a winner 4 back in a B stake in Summerside, 58-3, then a good third in 58-1. Mark Bradley was in the bike in an overnight in Charlottetown where they raced well, ended up fourth. But then that effort last week in Inverness was real good effort. From post 4, they got away 7th by 9 and rallied to be second, only beaten 3/4 of a length in race time in 1:57-3. Closed it out 28-2 on that day. They're in tough against the one in here, but she definitely is a shot. She's 5-2. Elm Grove Penny rounds out my triactor, owned by Ian Banks. Mark Campbell gets the call. Danny Romo, the trainer. They were a winner 4 back with Barrio in the bike in an A stake in Summerside right on the front end. 56-4, 29 flat on the end of it. And then followed that up with a 7th place finish and then back-to-back 5th place finishes, especially that last trip in Inverness. It was a good mile, 58-4. So we'll see how they do back here on the island as they were a winner last time they were here. Right now, 7-1. There's a look at the field for this Atlantic Sire Stake A division. Woodmere Leah coming off 2 in a row in an A stake victory in Inverness. In her latest 57-2, she's second choice right now at 8-5. But all eyes are on the one here, a spoonful of sugar right now, 4-5. First A division of Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 9th race. Let's send it over to Vance Cameron for the call.
A Spoonful of Sugar, Vicky Every Day. Elm Grove, Penny, Emmy Lou Hayes, Woodmere, Stella, Woodmere, Leah, top of the stretch. This is the 4th division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes post time. The Rough End Pacing and A Spoonful of Sugar will lead them out. Second is Vicky Every Day. Third into the turn is Elm Grove Penny. On the outside, fourth, that is Woodmere Stella. In fifth is Emmy Lou Hayes, and the trailer, that'll be Woodmere Leah. To the backstretch they go, and A Spoonful of Sugar quickly by 4 for Chevrolet. Second is Vicky Every Day. Now in third, that's Elm Grove Penny. Fourth at the rail is Woodmere Stella. Racing from fifth, Emmy Lou Hayes, and trailing the field sixth, Woodmere Leah. The opening quarters up. Boom! Just like that, they went 27-3 to the quarter mile, and A Spoonful of Sugar, a fired up leader. Racing second is Vicky Every Day. In third, Elm Grove Penny. Woodmere Stella fourth, Emmy Lou Hayes fifth, trailing sixth, Woodmere Leah. They're halfway home now, and A Spoonful of Sugar, the midway point leader for Walter Chevrolet in 56-2. Racing second, Vicky Every Day. There goes Elm Grove Penny to the outside third. Woodmere Stella fourth. On the outside, Emmy Lou Hayes fifth. And Woodmere Leah sixth. To the backstretch they go. A Spoonful of Sugar, the leader. Elm Grove Penny is up to challenger now. Third on the outside, that's Emmy Lou Hayes. Fourth is Vicky Every Day. Woodmere Stella and Woodmere Leah, 3/4 and 1:26 flat. They're on the turn for the final time. Out in front at the 7-8, Elm Grove Penny. Emmy Lou Hayes looms the danger second. Vicky Every Day third. Woodmere Leah fourth. Deep in the stretch now, Elm Grove Penny. On the outside, Emmy Lou Hayes to the wire in an all-out slugfest. It's Elm Grove Penny and Campbell. Second is Emmy Lou Hayes. Woodmere Leah third. 1:55-1.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly A division, A Spoonful of Sugar. Went to the front early, 27-3, half, 56-2. Elm Grove, Penny, and Campbell. First up, they cleared 126. Right on her back is the 4, Emmy Lou Hayes and Hughes. And they battled down the lane here between Campbell and Hughes. It is on the inside, Elm Grove, Penny, and Emmy Lou Hayes on the outside, and they battled to deep stretch, but as Elm Grove Penny fending off that late challenge from the 4, Emmy Lou Hayes, and they get it done again here back on the island. They were a winner 4 starts back in Summerside, a winner again here. She loves the island air, and she gets it done. Elm Grove Penny and Campbell captured Atlantic Sire Stakes A division here. We'll see them in the Red Shores winner's circle in just a moment.
Here comes Elm Grove Penny to the 9th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly 3 by Stonebridge Terror from the Estrello stem, Amber Lee. Owned by Ian Banks of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Robert Gordon of Elmsdale is the breeder. She's trained by Danny Romo and driven to victory by Mark Campbell, pacing to a new race win record of 155-1. Elm Grove Penny will triple up Mark Campbell in the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in the ninth, a Spoonful of Sugar sixth, Vicky Everyday fourth, Elm Grove Penny the race winner. Emmy Lou Hayes was second. Woodmere Stella fifth. Woodmere Leah was third. 27-3, 56-2, 126, and a mile 155-1. In review, 641, 253. Elm Grove Penny paid $17 to win. The exactor 88.80, triactor 426.10, superfecta 651.40.
Okay, we're about 5 minutes away here from race number 10. An excellent effort from Elm Grove Penny in that Atlantic Sire Stake A division as she picks up a new pacing record. A lot of new records here today. Trainers and grooms doing an excellent job keeping the horses hydrated and cooled off, and it's showing on the racetrack. A lot of excellent performance. And Mystery Vouchers promotion, it continues here at Red Shores. If you buy a ticket on track, you could win a voucher for racing, dining, or gaming. Plus, you qualify to win a $1,000 grand prize, and it's going to be drawn on Gold Cup and Saucer Night. Now we'll get a look at our selections here for the upcoming 10th race. I'm going with the pole sitter here, Arnold the Paperboy. I like him on top of my ticket here today. He's been racing at the 651 level, 401 level last time out, race time 58-3, and closed it out 28-4. The rail here today is going to help this guy, so I like him on top. I also like Tobinator. He's been racing well since coming back. Last 2 starts have been real decent. And then I like the Iron Man. He always gives his best effort. If you look at that last outing, 59-2, 28-4, closed it out. And then a second place finish, 3 back, race time 59 at the 401 level. So I like a 174 in here. Post break coming next.
On the 10th race post parade, Arnold the Paperboy, number 1, owned by Bill Kinney of Hunter River, and Gary Ford of Stratford, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Kenny Arsenault driving. Number 2, Zach the Min, owned by Michael McDonald of Vernon Bridge, GWR Visser Farm of Orwell, trained by Michael McDonald, Mark Campbell up. 3 is Applecore Hanover, owned by Doug Matheson, Dunsand Farms, and Stuart McDonald, trained by Nick Oakes, Jason Hughes. 4, the Iron Man, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown. Alan does the training, Kenny Murphy drives. 5 is the Electric Sill, owned by Andrea and rider Renison of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Todd Trites. 6, Dillon's Mustang, owned by Mark Gallant of Summerside, trained by James Barlow, Chris Davies. 7, Tobinator, owned by Bill Hicken of Vernon Bridge, trained by Trevor Hicken, Gilles Barrio. 8 is WC Little Willie, owned and trained by Darla McCochran of Summerside, Corey McPherson drives. Final call for wagering on the 10th race. For race replays, free race programs, at upcoming post times, go to Redshores.ca. Harness Racing 101 for new customers returns tonight on the tarmac, entrance at 6 p.m.
There's a good look at the Guardian Gold Cup and Saucer Trial number 3 coming up on Monday night. First race post is 7 p.m. Trial 3 takes place in race 13, and Smooth Lou has the rail somewhere fancy. Past Gold Cup and Saucer winner leaving from post 2, Legion Sealster from post 3, National Debt from post 4, Hitman Hill from post 5, and Outcast Blue Chip leave from post 6. Another talented group there in trial number 3. Trial 1 and 2 go this evening. First race post is 7 p.m. and trial 1 and 2 come up in race 11 and 12 this evening. And now back on the track we go here for race number 10. There's my top choice, Arnold the Paperboy, owned by Bill Kinney and Gary Ford. Kenny Arsenault will do the driving this afternoon for trainer Vaughn Doyle. If you look at that start 2 back at the 651 level, a good third from the rail, 58-1, and against Damn Lucky and Zero Rate, a nice couple horses there to finish third to. And so from the rail here this afternoon, another kick at this class. I have to think he's going to be one of the horses to beat in here. Right now you're getting 5-2. And now we're getting a look at the Tobinator leaving from post 7 here today. The non-winners of 4:01 last time out. Barrio was in the bike for trainer Trevor Hicken and owner Bill Hicken of Vernon Bridge. They finished 4th, 57 and 4, 29 and 2 on the end of it. They cut the mile on that day and just gave it up late there. Ended up finishing 3rd to a real good Wrigley Magnified. So making their 4th start back here in 2021. They seem to be getting tighter every single week, and especially off that last line, this guy's going to be tough to beat. You're getting 5-2 odds on the Tobinator. And there is the super consistent Iron Man. I like this guy to round out my triactor ticket. He's a 5-year-old gelding by Shadow Play, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown. He's the trainer, and Kenny Murphy will do the driving. 5th last time out for Murphy, 59 and 2, 28 and 4 on the end of it. And then 3 back for Steve Shepard. This guy raced good. He sat the 2-hole and finished a good 2nd to Rymar Champ, race timed in 59 flat. Good starting spot again today, post 4, 7-2. Race 10 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back over to Vance Cameron for the call.
Arnold the Paperboy, Zach the Men, Apple Core Hanover, the Iron Man, Electric Sill, Dillon's Mustang, Tobinator, WC Little Willie's outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough end facing the Iron Man, leaving out Apple Core Hanover between horses. Arnold the Paperboy guarding the rail, and he's the leader around the turn. 2nd from the outside is Apple Core Hanover. Zach the Man 3rd, the Iron Man 4th on the outside. Racing from 5th, Electric Sill, WC Little Willie's away 6th, followed then by Dillon's Mustang, and the trailer is Tobinator. A little to it and at it and to it up front, and Apple Core Hanover and the Blue Knight Hughes have taken over the lead. Arnold the Paperboy is now 2nd, around the turn in 3rd. That's the Iron Man, 28 and 1 opened it up. Racing 4th and going to the outside is Zach the Men. Electric Sill's in 5th, WC Little Willie has 6th. Then it's Dillon's Mustang and Tobinator the trailer. They're en route to the opening half mile, led by Apple Core Hanover. Halfway home with a 2-length advantage. Upon the outside, Zach the Men is now 2nd. Arnold the Paperboy at the rail 3rd, up 4th on the outside. Electric Sill, 56 and 4 was the half. Around the turn they go to the 5/8, led by Apple Core Hanover. Zach the Men on the outside 2nd, in the pocket 3rd. Arnold the Paperboy. Electric Sill moving up 4th on the outside. The Iron Man is now 5th. WC Little Willie 6th. 7th on the outside, Tobinator. Dillon's Mustang, the trailer. New leader by the 3/4. Zach the Man and Campbell open up by 4. 3/4 in 1, 26 and 4. Electric Sill now 2nd. Apple Core Hanover 3rd. WC Little Willie 4th. And they're coming for home, led by Zach the Man and Campbell. They are all alone in here. 2nd, Electric Sill. 3rd, Apple Core Hanover. Zach the Men and the Mark Campbell quadruple. Wow, there's a host of them across the track. Well in behind. Time for the mile, 1:54. 4.
Well, you're looking at a Mark Campbell Grand Slam and a Mark Campbell Brush and Crush here with Zach the Men as they come first up on the 3 Apple Core Hanover at the half, 56-4. That's a big half for this group. And they clear to the lead, 126-4, and they drive off to romp here in race number 10, 155-4. We're getting a look at that Universal Media slow-mo as Campbell and Zach the Men destroy the competition in here. Apple Core Hanover race well to hang around for the show, though, and Arnold the Paper Boy sneaks up the rail there for the deuce, but it is Zach the Men destroying the competition here in race 10. Wow, what an effort. 155-4. That's a new race win record for this guy. Congratulations to the Connections. And we'll see them back in the Red Shores Winner's Circle in just a moment.
Zach the Men on his way to the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 6 by Sports Rider from the Mach 3 Dam Sweet Velocity. Owned by Michael McDonald of Vernon Bridge. GWR Visser Farm of Orwell. Michael does the training. Mark Campbell's having a Saturday afternoon at the driving park. That's his 4th. The quadruple winner on the day. The mile becomes a new pacing record of 155-4. Zach the Men has the Campbell Grand Slam in the 10th.
This race replay is brought to you by Clarence Farm Services and Equa Purina Canada. For all your equine feeds and needs, please visit Clarence Farm Services or your local Purina dealer. Proudly serving Atlantic Canada for over 50 years. See their full lineup of equine feeds today at clarencefarmservices.ca.
Now, the official results in race 10, Arnold the Paperboy was second, Zach the Men the race winner, Apple Core Hanover third, the Iron Man fifth, Electric Sill seventh, Dylan's Mustang was eighth, Tobinator finished sixth, WC Little Willie fourth, fractions of 28-1, 56-4, 126-4, and the mile 155-4. From the top, 213. 578-64. Zach the Men at $850. The exactor $28.30. Triactor $128. There is a superfecta carryover.
Okay, there's a look at the paddock cam here presented by Metro Home Building Center. This is the much anticipated 11th race where we're going to see the current track record holder for 3-year-old fillies Mystifying. You'll see her right there on your screen leaving from post 6 as she's calm and cool waiting to come on out and battle her competition in here. If you look down her lines, 6 in a row, including that track record performance 2 weeks ago, 54-2 against the older mares, and then followed that up with a nice win from post 7 in Inverness in an A stake, 57-1. So we all like the 6. We're unanimous, and we also like Tobin's Brownie for second, and Maggie's Delight and Corey McPherson for third. So it's 6-4-3 all around. Here in the upcoming 11th race, it is the second and final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old fillies A division. Post parade coming next.
The fifth and the final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for the 11th race post parade. Number 1, Somebody's Me, owned by Doug Matheson of Cornwall, Dunson Farms of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes. Jason Hughes drives. 2, Southfield Sky, owned by Southfield Farms Incorporated of Summerside, trained by Glenn McKay, Mark Campbell. 3, Maggie's Delight, owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle Myers, the trainer, Corey McPherson, the driver. 4 is Tobin's Brownie, owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, Amy Lackey, and Brittany Watts. David Dowling trains and drives. 5 is Woodmere Vanish, owned by Debbie Francis of Sweets Corner, Wayne McRae of Fall River, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. Number 6, Mystifying, owned by Darrell McLean, Gordon McLean, and Stephen Downey. Darrell McLean's the trainer, Gilles Barrio in the sulky. Down to 2 minutes wagering time on the 11th. And once again, Kurt, you and I are going to come up with our selections here in the final division of the Atlantic Sires. And again, we thank Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And until that winning streak comes to an end, Kurt, you got to ride the wave with Mystifying. 2 starts back, just a fifth of a second off the track record. Now, I know that standardbred horses, they thrive on the heat. That shows the way today as you look at some of the most incredible trips that you've seen on this afternoon's card. This filly could produce a track record if she has everything her own way today. I like number 4, Tobin's Brownie. She was the queen of the crop last year and very respectable here in her sophomore campaign. I'll use her for the deuce. Going to go to number 2, Southfield Sky, the Glen McKay trainee. This filly is better than she shows, and I hope she shows up today here in the Atlantic Sires. For the triactor players, I'll use number 3, Maggie's Delight. So from here in the booth, I like 6, 4, 2, 3. Kurt, your choices.
I like Mystifying as well off those efforts in her last 6. She just looks unbeatable right now, and she's locked in, so I'm going to put her on top with Barry on the bike. I also like the 4, Tobin's Brownie. She's had a great freshman campaign, followed that up with 3 for 4 in the top 3 to kick off her sophomore campaign, so I like her for second. And then I like Maggie's Delight and Corey McPherson to round out my triactor. So I'm going 6, 4, 3 here in the second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes A division. It's going to be a good one, Vance.
Looking
Buckle
forward.
up, as they say.
Right on. Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets today, valued at $777. The winning number is B37018. Today's 50-50 winning number for $777, B37018. There is a consolation prize in today's 50-50. It's a $100 gift certificate to Nimrod's Restaurant. It's B35659. B35659, and you're off to Nimrod's. Good luck.
Final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old fillies. This is the second A division, purse $15,460. It's going to be a good one as they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Over to Vance Cameron for the call.
Let's change it up. Let's go outside in. Mystifying, Woodmere Vanish, Tobin's Brownie, Maggie's Delight, Southfield Sky, Somebody's Me on the rail, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough end pacing and a foursome leaving out. Somebody's Me, Maggie's Delight, Tobin's Browning, way wide, Mystifying. Then towards the inside is Woodmere Vanish and the trailer. That is Southfield Sky. They're sent to the back stretch, going to the opening quarter, and here comes Tobin's Brownie in line to David Dowling to take over the lead. Somebody's Me now in second, racing third, Maggie's Delight. Mystifying has fourth. Then in fifth, it's Woodmere Vantage. Trailing the field is Southfield Sky. The opening panel, it's up. Boom! Just like that! 27-4 opened it up. They're over to the 3/8, and Tobin's Brownie the leader. Second is Somebody's Me, Maggie's Delight third. Mystifying continues fourth. Then in fifth, that's Woodmere Vanish. Trailing the field is Southfield Sky. They're halfway home in the final division of the Sire Stakes, led by Tobin's Brownie and Dowling, the half 57-1. Second around the turn is Somebody's Me. On the outside, Maggie's Delight third. Racing fourth on the outside, Mystifying. Then in fifth, that's Woodmere Vanish. Southfield Sky trailing the field. Three-quarter pole land. They're going there right now, led by Tobin's Brownie. She's opened up three. Mystifying is coming late on the outside, but is it too late? Then in third, Somebody's Me. Maggie's Delight fourth. Woodmere Vanish fifth. 3/4 25-4. Homeward bound. Tobin's Brownie all alone. Mystifying. Maggie's Delight up third. Tobin's Brownie captures the final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for David Dowling. Mystifying was second. Maggie's Delight finishes third. And it's a new, and I mean a new track record. 153-4.
What an incredible mile here from the four, Tobin's Brownie and Dowling. As we get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for today's 11th race. It is the second A division of 3-year-old fillies, and Tobin's Brownie right to the front, 27-4, half 57-1. Mystifying had to go to plan B here, and they ended up coming first over here down the backstretch. Final time 125-4, but they couldn't get to Tobin's Brownie. And for a good reason, she throws a last quarter at them in 28 flat for, as Vance mentioned, a new track record for 3-year-old fillies, 153-4. Wow, what a performance from Tobin's Brownie here this afternoon. Mystifying gets the deuce, and Maggie's Delight will get the show dough. So we have a 4-6-3 here in race 11. Congrats to the connections of Tobin's Brownie. We'll see them in the Red Shores Winner's Circle in just a moment.
Here she comes, the newest track record holder at the Charlottetown Driving Park. She is Tobin's Brownie. Bay Pacing Filly 3 by Stonebridge Terror from the Gwyn Premier to Ear Dam, Putnam Mackenzie, owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, Amy Lucky, and Brittany Watts. Trained and driven to victory by David Dowling. She makes every call a winning one en route to the new Charlottetown Driving Park track record for 3-year-old filly pacers of 1:53 and 4. Tobin's Brownie and Dowling in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Now the official results from the 11th race. Somebody's Me 5th. Sunfield Sky 6th. Maggie's Delight 3rd. Tobin's Brownie the race winner. Woodmere Vanish was 4th. Mystifying finished 2nd. 27 and 4. 57 and 1. 125 and 4. And the mile 153 and 4. In review, it's 5, 6, 3, 1, 4, 2. Tobin's Brownie 750. Exactor 1090, Triactor 3160, Superfecta 1450.
Okay, we're about 5 away here from the finale here on a Saturday afternoon. What an afternoon it has been. Just looking over the program, 9 new records so far. Every race except for races 6 and 7. The winning horses have put up new lifetime bests. Just an incredible day here. They go fast in the heat, and they did today. They did not disappoint. And a shout out to the trainers, drivers, everybody here at Red Shores for keeping them cool and hydrated on this warm day. They performed exceptionally well here this afternoon, and we got one left to go. And we also want to tell you about Dark Horse. It's the first legal sports betting app in Canada. Also allows users to stream the races right in the app for immediate action. and users can play for free or bet with real money. So check out the new app, Dark Horse, available in the App Store.
On the 12th race post-parade, number 1, Messier Seals through over Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., with Miles Sr. driving. 2, Distinctive Rusty, owned by Andrea and Ryder Renison of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Todd Trites. 3, Regally Magnified, owned by Tyler and Ryan Wilkie and Ian McDonald, trained by Kyle Wilkie, Mark Campbell. 4, Bonnie's Mac, owned by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Stanley does the training. Redmond Doucette drives. 5, You Get the Credit, owned and trained by Mark McDonnell of Port Hood, Nova Scotia. Jill's Burial. 6, Slide Guitar, owned by David Dowling and Brittany Watts of Springvale. David trains and drives. 7 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Gallant of Summerside, the trainer-driver Mike McGuigan. 8 is 3 Truce, owned by Jason Rice of Kensington, Darren Doyle of York, trained by Paul Doyle. The drive goes to Kenny Arsenal. Final call to wager on the 12th. Kurt Hughes with his top contenders on the way next.
All right. Post time coming up soon here in today's finale, race number 12. On the track we go for my top selections. Here we go. We got 3 Regally Magnified on the screen right now, in for a claiming price of $5,000. Moves into the Kyle Wilkie stable, and new connections. Tyler and Ryan Wilkie, along with Ian McDonald, are the owners. Mark Campbell will do the driving. This guy was a winner in his latest outing there, 57-1 at the 401 level, 28-3. Campbell's having himself a day here this afternoon with multiple winners on the card, and he's looking to build on that here with Regally Magnified. They got a shot, 2-1. Campbell looking for his 5th win on the day, and now we go out to post number 8, 3 Truce. I like this guy in here, this afternoon. If it wasn't for post position 8, he would be my top choice. He's been a good horse for trainer Paul Doyle and the ownership group of Jason Rice and Darren Doyle. He's now 8 years old. Kenny Arsenault will do the driving this afternoon. A third place finish in his last start, 57-1 for Kenny Murphy at that 651 level, and he's at the identical level here this afternoon. He's been a good horse, like I say, over the years. Mark of 57-1 this year, 3 wins from 14 starts, and looking for win number 33 on his career. Post 8 here this afternoon, 5-2. Good odds for this guy at this level. And now we move into post 6. Sly Guitar, another horseman racing really well. David Dowling and Brittany Watts share ownership. David, the trainer and driver. Big congrats to Dave on that win with Tobin's Brownie in the last race there. She was tremendous. And now they got a shot in here to close things out. Could be a Dowling late double here if you want to back the 6. Sly Guitar, third in that last outing, 58-1, 28-1, closing it out. Great last quarters. And they are getting another kick at this 651 level. Good odds too, 4-1. Twelfth race finale, moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back over to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Messier, Sealster, Distinctive Rusty, Regally Magnified. Bonnie's Mac, you get the credit. Sly Guitar, J.J. Patrick, 3 Truths, top of the stretch. They're going under a starter's recall. Starter recalling the 12th. Starters recall charged to 1 Messier Sealster for interfering with number 2 Distinctive Rusty prior to the start. Beautiful shot by Universal Media. Here in the 12th, it's take 2. Messier Sealster, Distinctive Rusty, Regally Magnified. Bonnie's Mac, you get the credit. Sly Guitar, J.J. Patrick, 3 Truths. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Finale time. The rough and pacing Messier Sealster, Distinctive Rusty, Regally Magnified is third around the turn. To get away, fourth Bonnie's Mac. You Get the Credit is fifth. Then Sly Guitar 6th, 7th J.J. Patrick, and trailing the field, 3 Truths are on the back stretch and Regally Magnified. Up on the outside is now the leader, Messier Sealster second. Distinctive Rusty races from third. Fourth along the inside is Bonnie's Mac. Racing fifth is You Get the Credit. With Sly Guitar in 6th, J.J. Patrick 7th, and 3 Truths is 8:28 and 2 was the opening quarter. Regally Magnified in line to Mark Campbell, now the leader at the 3-8. Messier Sealster is second, right with them in third. Distinctive Rusty on the move in the outside fourth. You Get the Credit is underway. Bonnie's Mac set to follow out fifth. Sly Guitar is sixth. Racing from seventh, J.J. Patrick. And the trailer is Three Truths. They're halfway home in 56-4. Regally Magnified, the leader. Now here's the challenger. You Get the Credit on the outside. Third up the rail, Messier Sealster. Moving up fourth is Bonnie's Mac. Now in fifth, Distinctive Rusty. Racing from sixth is Sly Guitar, followed then by J.J. Patrick. Three Truths, the trailer. At 3/4, You Get the Credit on the outside. Regally Magnified battling back now at the inside to reclaim the lead. 3/4 in 1:25.4. Eighth of a mile left to go, and Regally Magnified, the leader. You Get the Credit on the outside. Third is Bonnie's Mac. Sly Guitar is fourth. Deep stretch. Now Regally Magnified. You Get the Credit wins for Barrio. Regally Magnified second. We need a show photo and another great trip. 1:55.2.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for the finale, and we'll see Regally Magnified. Campbell go to the front here early, 28-2, 56-4 to the half, the 5. You Get the Credit, and Barrio come first up, and they were dead game here. They battled to the 3/4, 125-4. They battled down the stretch, and Hugh the Credit and Barrio get up in the final strides to nail it over the 3. Regally Magnified and Campbell on the line here. Time of the mile, 1:55.2. That's a new season's best for this guy. He picks up his second win on the season. So we'll see Barrio and Hugh Get the Credit in the Red Shores winner's circle in just a moment. And I'd like to remind everyone as the races conclude here on a Saturday afternoon, everyone on the tarmac, you're required to leave your pods once the races are over, so for disinfecting. So a reminder to everyone to leave their pods after this race.
You Get the Credit arriving at the 12th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 8 by Up the Credit. From the Grin Premier to Eardam, Secret Grin. Owned and trained by Mark McDonnell of Fort Hood, Nova Scotia. In those Gilles Barrio hands, stops the clock in 1:55.2. You Get the Credit in the finale. Now the official results in race 12, Messier Sealster was 8th, Distinctive Rusty 6th, Regally Magnified 2nd, Bonnie's Mac 3rd. You Get the Credit, the race winner. Slide Guitar 5th. J.J. Patrick was 4th. 3 Troops finished 7th. 28 and 2, 56 and 4. 125 and 4, and the mile in 155 and 2. In review, it's 862 315 47. You get the credit, paid $750. The exactor 1660, triactor 9280, superfecta 137.52, and the late daily double paid $41.90. That completes our first half of the Saturday doubleheader. Today's handle $65,345. Trials 1 and 2 tonight, starting at 7.